up where we left off? Yeah, which AI is broken, in case you're wondering if I was troubleshooting. I had made a backup of the save to troubleshoot that. But yeah, with some of these ones down here, there was 3 of them that were the mail AI, like mail as in postage, that were the ones that were throwing errors. Yep. Alright, so where we left off, for those who missed, we've got, our main setup is kind of in here, between Lee Hill and Gearingfield. We also have got Cunningwell over here. It's mostly just connected for mail and passengers, but then down here we've started hooking up to where we can make our own goods and everything, which has been a whole thing. And looking at it, we've got our 14 competitors have arrived. So look at the list here. And the Heli Ferry are the ones who are doing the best. And if we look at what's happening there, at one of the Heli Ferry groups, that's what all these buoys you are seeing everywhere is, and these green ports. It's literally that person is just shipping passengers everywhere. So it's all those things. Might you move your sponsor thing down? Was it covering this? I think no matter where I put it's gonna be in the way. Let's try moving it to the right. And see how that works. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. No matter what, it's going to get in the way of some window. And I'm allowed to hide that from time to time if there's, like, specifically in the way. But I am, like, most of your sponsorships like this, you'll have the graphic or what there. Okay, so what's going on with my money? So right now, we're making about 136,000 since it got connected. We were making about 141,000, and then our competitor started showing up and taking all the passengers, which has kind of undermined a lot of that. Why are you not giving me wood now? Okay, it is getting wood, but slowly. Alright, so we don't get a lot of wood very fast. So realistically, I am going to need to grab another set of wood. There's another set of wood over here. Why does it... So it's saying I have wood, and then it's saying then it's like not having wood anymore, and I'm not sure what's going on with that. So what I might need to do is make another train stop up here so I can grab as much wood as possible between the two. Because yeah, it picks up wood, it drives down here, drops it off, picks up paper, goes back over here, drives it all the way up here, drops it off, and then this becomes goods that we then need to ship around. I do have one little teeny tiny train going around moving the goods, but I am going to need more. What I don't understand is it gets a little bit of wood, but then the wood's going back down. And I don't really understand why. Okay, so in the meantime, since I'm seeing that that's going to be an issue, let's go ahead and just expand that. Well, it's not the train loading, it's the station itself it's like a little bit of wood shows up, and then it changes its mind, and then we don't have the wood there anymore. I could check the train itself, though. It's just, get it if you can. And it does have 3 train cars that are wood. So, like, the fact that it's appearing and disappearing is a confusing part. Do you know how Zomboid handles game crash while driving? Your game crash while you're flying down the highway at 90 and you're scared to load back in? I believe you will just appear farther back. Not getting wood because of the very poor rating. Okay. So I might be able to improve our rating. There. To get a better rating for that, you can set to full load. I've been having problems when I set the train to full load because it's got mixed cars. That when I set it to full load, it was just staying there. So full load on the first one. Because that's the only one I should be able to guarantee that it gets a full load. But that's on any cargo. Not versus like full load. And that's still showing as poor. I thought it was going to be coverage of the forest. That's fine. We don't need to worry about that too much. Yeah, it's the fact that it's going back down when the train's not there that is like, okay, what's exactly happening here? Okay. So meanwhile, where is our other train? I do think we're at the point of wanting to get some trains going on here. So it's not just a wood train? No, it is a wood train, a paper train, and I believe it's got a goods car on it as well. Yeah, so basically it takes the wood from here, moves it over here for paper, takes the paper, produces the good, grabs the goods, brings it back down here, because that's the train station to cover both. So it's one train that's just doing the loop. Because that's how you do a lot of trains in real life as well, is you'll have a train that'll pick up different loads as it goes along its route, if it makes sense. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. You also have in real life the trains can like switch out their trailers very easily. I wonder if that's an easy thing to do now I think about it. So add a go-to here. Maintenance if needed, so there's no refit. So I'm going to start making it so the trains go, like, all our vehicles start going out of their way to do maintenance if needed. Because we've noticed we've been having a really bad time with just tons and tons of breakdowns. I made very little money. We made very, very little money last time. Who was doing what to my entire business side of things? Okay. So we're going to add a drop in here. If maintenance is needed. And you'll be between those two. So it's convenient to stop in, do the maintenance. literally empty. I don't really understand. Let's just try and get another one in here, maybe. Maybe that'll help. It's so hard to see what's going on with these hills. Oh, there's a thing in the way there. Alright. There. That'll fix it so I don't have to fight it nearly as much. Okay, so I need to go into where I can hide the trees, but I don't actually know where I do that. Let's see. The assume it'd be right here. So station names, waypoint names, signs displayed, competition signs displayed, full animation, full detail. None of that, so I go oh wait, there, 1 second. Transparency options. Ah, here we go. Make the trees transparent. That's a little better. Still pretty hard to see. Okay, let's try and straighten this out a little bit. We got a flat area up there. Gonna anger the local populace, but I honestly couldn't care at all. Okay. So I've got all that set up. Let's make the trees visible again. So now let's grab our train here. And you're going to get a new stop here. I'd probably be a separate train might work better. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I'm gonna be pretty disappointed if it can't handle the multi-load thing. Because it feels like kind of a very basic thing. Yeah, so we'll see if that gets working. Which cost me a bunch of money. Yeah, I'll see if that works. Where is my other train? Alright, so let's also get some of these on the route. So you go from these two over to those two, and then you go back. So it doesn't really matter where I put it. We're gonna add go to there if maintenance is needed. That's the share ordered on the buses. And go here if maintenance is needed. So hopefully that'll get all those starting to service and repair. Because we got a problem now. Our income is just plummeting. Like, it is just in free fall, and I don't really understand why. Oh, it's because my primary income of trains and of ships is dropping. Please tell me you're getting a bunch of wood. Why? Well, I mean, this says accepts. I don't really understand. So, what it might be, set chips to full load. Most of them are. And again, be careful about the backseating a bit. Like, part of this is going to be learning. Like, it's one thing where I'm saying I don't understand why this isn't getting wood. That's a different thing. Like, okay, why, like, if there's some unspoken mechanic, why, like, a train station is incompatible of getting wood. That kind of thing. But most of the ships are actually already set for full load. I think actually almost all the ships are set for full load. What it could be is we did yoink an AI from this because it was messing up the game. Maybe there's something going wrong, because it's always one of those dangers when you yank something from a game that's in progress. Because none of those are getting those. Rating of the stations. It's very good. Okay, so it is actually getting wood now. Okay, so the train had to arrive the first time before it became eligible at all. So I'm guessing this one is just going to be bad for a while. Okay, that seems to be sorting itself out. Okay, so the first voyage, it figures out its ratings afterwards. So you do one voyage where it doesn't get anything. Meanwhile, so with you refitting constantly, I'm wondering if that'll mean they get that sorted. I'm curious why we're hurting so badly. Because you're losing money, and your reliability is very high as very well. And you're making good money. Weird. Is that the new station? That'll drop over time, you guess? Well, this is also new, but we pissed off the neighbors here pretty bad. My guess is because we've angered this town so badly by all the deforestation, it's just going to take us time to get them to be happy with us. So I do think what I need to do is find our little train here. Okay, so you definitely need to do more maintenance as we go along. When your route is the best time for me to drop you off for maintenance. We can have you go there on the way to Duntburg if you need maintenance. Alright, so we're gonna need a couple things. What if we encircled their town with a rail instead? If we encircled their town? I don't think that'd make a difference. This is the pickup point. I mean, they're already pissed off with it. That's where we're going. Okay, so we're gonna want to make a new train. Yeah, and our profits continuing to erode, both on the ships and the trains. I wonder if, like, the value of goods are going down. So all those could do, like, 65, 70. You're just better. I don't understand why I'd ever get that. Oh, it's just years later. Okay. How much time do you have in this game so far? We played one stream yesterday for around, like, 8 hours. And then this individual save, we probably have 4-ish hours? Alright, so you didn't make any real profit last time. So, maintenance isn't your big problem. And your route is to just go back and forth to maintenance. That was a ship that was profitable, the last one. And... yeah, you switched over to livestock, so that's what we're having with that one. Is our competition there did switch over to livestock here. So we might be just in a bad way at this stage. Because we've already got our infrastructure set up. Our profit is diminishing considerably each cycle from the looks of it. And you've got poor rating on both of these. Now it's very poor. We have very good. We've got the AI with their ferrying people. That's one thing, is we're having our passenger market being cut into pretty heavily by the AI. And we get some money put together. I want to get a second train starting to operate to hopefully bring in more money. Okay, so this is the one that we were looking at up here. We got the train. So what I'm going to do is do passenger, passenger, mail, I can't afford it yet. We'll have to wait a moment. And we do 2 passengers, 2 mail, and then a goods. Mail. That's 3, that's fine. Let's grab another passenger while we're at it. We'll make it a big train. That's fine, I know. Alright, so that's one of the bigger trains we've set up. So, you will go here for maintenance if you need. You go to Duntburg. Then from Duntburg, you go to Brentwood. From there, you're gonna go Lee Hill City. And Chunningwell. Then back to Lee Hill. And then you'll loop. That's probably more of a route that I should have you do by yourself. So you're waiting for a free path. Okay, so we're gonna to have more signals. So down, up. Now's where I potentially put people's lives in danger. So you're going this way. Gotta wait for some money. Okay. And you might complain about no path. I know I'm not saving enough money for a lot of things. Do you not have a one-way signal there? Alright, I clearly don't understand these signals. Alright. Okay, so now you've got a pretty good complement of wood. So that leaves us to at least get the goods in. Where is our big train at this stage? You have no one on board whatsoever. That is... Oh, it's probably still getting where it's rating. Oh no, you're getting your passengers. I clearly still don't understand the rails. It's fine. Alright, so we're increasing our train revenue, but our boat revenue is continuing to decline. And our boat revenue is mostly food, and then supporting food. Okay, so you're losing just lots of money. But the problem with that is, if I take it to not have it go back and forth in that route, then the food processing plant here won't produce food. And then if that happens, we don't get our food to continue working on everything else. Oh, you stinker. That's why we're getting murdered money-wise. We got a second person fighting over the food export now, which is one of my main money makers. All right, so I'm splitting the business with them up there. So that's what happened. One of my main money makers I'm being competed on. Okay. That creates a lot of issues. So first thing to do, though, is to work at still continuing to up our infrastructure in the cities that we are kind of operating right now. Yeah, you're spending a lot of time empty, which is concerning. It should be moving passengers and mail around. I mean, I guess part of it, that's a fairly small town. This is a fairly small town. Yes, I probably want to put a stop there and a stop here as well. I'm not going to do it while the train's driving, fear of it not working the way I expect it to. Okay, there we go. Broke down immediately. Because I want to make sure since we are splitting the rails. Okay, so our money just jumped up a lot. Mostly because of the trains and then our road services. Getting that maintenance queued up. So you are dealing with issues here. Yeah, this is the one that we keep going to this one. It's a train we set up a long time ago. So it's got food for over here. Oh. Oh, the farm closed. Well, shutting this route down. Go back home. The farm went away here, so this route shut down and stopped making money entirely because where it was selling the goods for is no longer here. I was moving food from there to the town. Alright, well that's one less thing I guess I worry about now. Yeah, I'm sure they'll figure it out. Well, that's not what you want to see. There's what you want to see. That is a nearly full train. So how much does that train make us? Almost 10,000. That's because Cunningwell's got a decent number of people moving between it. Alright, so we can start trying to set up the trains to go more places. At the moment, how many passengers do you have waiting that can't reach any place? Please tell me it's a lot. Not as much as I'm hoping. Not enough that I might not be able to justify a second train that scale. So what we're probably going to want to do then is, if that's where we're making our money, let's start wiring up more people onto our train network. Try and get these small towns getting built up and using that for more cash. You potentially have one route that goes up to this little town and that little town. Place you there for now. Place you there for now. Okay. Let's go into the wrong one. I'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, because meanwhile the rest of this can still follow that route. Thing that needs to change, that part. I'll definitely end up having to change this train network to not be like one train just going the whole length of all that. Of course, it'd line up like this. There. It's messy, but it's all hooked up. They'll probably get a second train, just like this one. They'll probably have it hit these 3 spots, and then go to Duntburg. Since Duntburg... Oh, right. I need you to stop at Duntburg Woods. That's why you're not getting any goods. You're not stopping at the place to get goods. So I'll mark that, and so... There we go. So grab the goods on the way by. How's it going? It's going pretty good. We're slowly getting there. Yes, this stop is definitely our big money stop for the train. is hidden Chunning Well. That's where you load up a whole lot of passengers at once. So on a new train here. We'll want this one, which is 37,000. So once we get that money in, we can go ahead and get another train going in this track, and that train will be going from Dunberg Woods to service these 3 areas down here. I mean, actually, you don't need to go to this woods. You're going to service these 2 towns over here. Let's probably hit those 2, go up and over. That's your right spot, but maybe you can help you out. Just in case you ever worked with a Linux distro, I have a long time ago. There are definitely going to be people in the community who are far more up to date about different distros, or pros and cons, and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so you've got some wood coming in. Now, I'm definitely seeing where eventually we're going to get a pretty bad traffic issue with the trains. Alright. So 1, 2, 3 passenger. We give the mail car a minute. Because we get another train going to service more areas and keep that going. That's fine. I'm waiting on cash. Yeah, the fact that they're all fighting over my main city is pretty upsetting. The good news is the fighting they're doing over my city is strictly passengers. So as long as I can be delivering goods there, I should be able to make that work. And also, they'll continue to grow the city. So that's fine too. I imagine if you had enough money, you could really scuff up their routes. Okay, so just need 2 more, and then we'll get the next train doing its thing. Yes, I'm definitely finding getting goods sold on this map is way harder because there's just not as many opportunities to set that up. It's also interesting to me how often our vehicles, even with having them go to get service, they're breaking down constantly. Okay, 1 more, and we're ready. Okay, so you're gonna go start in your train station. Actually, I take that back. You're gonna go up here, then there, then back here to pick up your goods again. Drop by the train station. You go all the way down. We don't care about that spot. You can go here, and then here, and that's the loop. So we need to go here, only go there if you need maintenance. And before you go, See, I got a railway here that's not hooked up right. Okay. So we're still kind of holding our profits relatively okay. And that's the boat that we have direct competition with that's eating us pretty hard. So here's the thing. Partitioning a Windows OS drive to dual boot with Zorin OS was your initial pick. Ran into a couple issues with X11. And the main issue is I couldn't swap to Wayland, which made you swap to Pop OS, where things worked, but better than Zorin, except for one thing. Your UI kept bricking, making you unable to open apps, or even the restart, or shut down, and the force restart. I will admit, every single one of those distros you've mentioned, I have no idea what are. So, unfortunately, I do not know any of those distros of Linux. Like, the ones I remember were Knoppix, Ubuntu, Red Hat, Fedora, which a bunch of those are probably just, like, old school names nowadays. And so you've got your signals here. There's signals way over there. Have the cross section here so they can get on the tracks they need. Alright. So you're making good money now, moving passengers around. Adding more things onto the train network for passengers and all that. Passengers mail and good. Alright. So I think my next investment is I might deliberately try and fill this area in here somewhere to try and get an airport set up. Basically, to get an airport set up around here, and then start connecting random points on the map with airports, and see if we can't start making some money that way. Which is probably not, like, the prescribed one. I want to go with a large airport. So, I'm assuming if I tried to fill in all of that... Yeah, so it's 6 by 6. Oh, that's an estimated cost of like 20,000. All right, that's basically free. Oh, that went the other way I expected it to. Ah, that's more what I was expecting it to be. 2 million. Almost 3. Alright, so we're not doing that. So, one day OpenTTD will get you with the same time list. We'll get with the time and let you transport females. Well, what? I feel like I should be leaving that alone. Oh, male jokes. Okay, that makes more sense. Like, I don't understand where this is going, and I'm concerned. Well, I wanted... It's almost like filling in large areas of land is really expensive or something. Okay. So that's not going to work the way we want to. So I got the coal plant there, but I don't see coal anywhere nearby. I take that back. There's coal like right there. So we can get some money. I can put a train station here. I would just pop onto this rail. And probably branch off here and go hit up that coal area. That also opened up so I could reach that area too. So regardless, we can get you hooked up. I want to see if I can put him into series versus making it backtrack. Yeah, we put you like that. We'll have that all sorted. I'm not worried about a bunch of new trucks or anything like that. Oh, 1 second. Okay, so that'd be a new town on the route. This is straight up a nightmare what I've got hooked up here. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. There's certainly absolutely nothing that's going to go wrong for that. So we'll add a go-to. Rual East. After new fronting pool. Meanwhile, I need the exchange tracks here so that you can have them flip as necessary. All right. So let's see. All right, so it just doesn't it already queued up the next stop. Okay, so that gives us the ability to get out there. Let's see. Well, at some point you think it does kind of a layer 8 issue. You're about to give another distro a go called Nabara, running KDE, which is also support for NVIDIA GPUs. Hopefully updating its boot manager will work better, since getting Corsair keyboards into BIOS mode is annoying sometimes. Yeah. that's kind of one of the reasons you'll have people that's like, it's the year of Linux. And it's like, alright, hang on. There is a lot that comes along with this. You don't just casually jump into Linux. You're not getting grandma to just hop over and have any kind of a good experience. It's better than it's ever been, and that's a true statement. But also, you know. Okay, so we've got that one set up for grabbing the coal. So the next area is going to be getting down here to this coal plant, which I am just going to have to, pay some money to allow them to just plunk that in there. Don't worry, just a little imminent domaining going on. OpenTTD? Yep. Nah, yesterday was the first time I played it. And it's fun. Been having a good time with it. Alright, so once I get the money, we can get that hooked up. And that'll be literally just a dedicated train that just goes, takes coal from there and drops it off. Nothing else, just back and forth. So I won't need any more of the exchanges or anything. That'll be plenty. We will give its own depot down here, though. An ad where we can switch their lanes. We already got up there. Alright. So, new vehicles. Where's the one you're looking at? Yeah, I've got this other person that's cutting more and more and more into my food production business. Once we get the money, we can get that train going. But yeah, we're also gonna have the problem with the trains just in the whole thing. We're actually pretty happy about how you set up your windows. Having it de-bloated with by Atlas OS as playbook and modified taskbar start all back. I'm actually curious to see the difference in gaming related when either destroy or Windows. Yeah, you gotta be careful with some of those things that you download for, like, you know, the Atlas OS and all that. I can't speak for those ones, they're probably fine. But it is a very common thing with when there's an upstir. A lot of malware people will just grab, you know, whomever's scripts to decruft Windows, turn off something that maybe you do one on, but make sure a computer not perform as well. But it's a very common vector for malware. Because usually a lot of people are grabbing random scripts online they see as pretty easy targets, easy marks kind of thing. So it's not that you can't do that. Just always be careful. It's also another thing that when you grab that stuff, you can definitely run yourself into situations as well, where then a Windows update comes out and everything breaks because you're on, like, kind of a non-standard setup. Just be careful. Be aware you're going to be putting yourself into a maintenance situation, probably, most likely. Alright, so we got our railways going here. So I hadn't intended on going, like, full on rails, but here we are. It's what the situation has turned into. Alright. I just need one of my big spend drops. ultimately bringing more money. We're going to need more train signals as well, because they're just waiting too long before heading out. And it does seem where there's a concern about nowhere for the town to grow. It's just growing up instead of out, is what I've been noticing. So it's still growing at the same cadence. It's just a different direction. Okay, never mind, you got the sword. I'm gonna have to add signals on all these places. Because they're just trying to enforce that one rail goes each ways. And as long as that happens, and they stop before they, they stop at the next appropriate signal, we should be able to just kind of saturate these pretty heavily. Alright. Trains are out and about doing their train things. Yeah, so I'm kind of trying to set the infrastructure in a way that's probably not the right play for me. That I'm setting the infrastructure up so that I'm growing all these dispersed towns and all that. And so that I kind of grow with them. But it kind of means I hurt my profitability very much on the early term where I'm investing in the town. Hey, Sniper Spice, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That's 45 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. But thank you again for that continued support. Coming up on 4 years, which is a heckin' long time, so thank you. Let's see, it's saying, yeah, one of those scripts you kept seeing at TikTok was this Platinum Plus optimizer. It looked really suspicious. One of the other scripts you'd trust more would be from Chris Titus, which lets you pick what you want to do and leave it alone. Still better be cautious. Oh, yeah. No, it's because you'll have people who are more tech savvy and they take the time to look in all that stuff, and that's fine. But then it's the other side of things where you have, people like, oh yeah, just grab this script. Decrupt your thing, and there's a lot of people get themselves in trouble with that. Alright, we'll start with 4, because I have no idea how many we need. Okay, so we've got our coal truck. So it's going to go down here. It's going to come back here. If it needs maintenance. And then it's going to go all the way up here to the coal plant. And that's its route. What? It's right there, man. You just go into it. What do you mean you're lost? Oh, it might not be able to do the turn. Is that what's going on here? Is the turn just a little too sharp? Because I've seen the trains do stuff that felt way more cursed. Okay, let's try that now. Okay, so that's all it was. It was just It was a little too tight of a turn, and it couldn't quite make it happen. Okay. I was a little nervous about that path. Okay, meanwhile, this way's okay. This way's okay. You don't copy any of them in. If you can't read what it does, you just don't yeah. I'm not understanding these train signals, because the intent here is that it could only go this way. They've been trying to make the rails one way. So you have, like, the in-lane, out-lane. It's still working because they have to find a valid path through it all. But I keep worrying if I'm not understanding, sooner or later I'm going to set up a conflict point where we slam two trains into each other. Okay, so you're now accepting food. There's a second one that means one way only. Alright. Yeah, because this one says one-way pass signal. I'm assuming that means one way it's fine. Yeah, so one-way pass signals can't be passed from the backside. Which is what I was... Oh, I see. There. Because we're going to need those to keep the paths going. And a bunch of segments of the railway apart. And once the train's passed, I need to fix these signals. Because also by spacing these out more, it means trains can occupy those spaces, and that's just going to be the nightmare it is. So you've already got yours set up. Okay, good money now. Can I set it on the bridge? No, that's fine. I didn't think I could. Oh, we got one of the wrong signals here. No one there. Okay, so you should have it all set up with one-way signals. So you're lost trying to go I see. So you need a... Well, no, you can still... Alright, so we got a problem here. The problem is because it's technically on a hill. So I'm going to fix this by tearing out that. So we're going to go to these people who hate how much I've done all their landscaping and terraforming and all that. But... already flat. I must have flattened it after I put down the tracks there previously. Okay, so it's got a new route. That'll fix it. Okay. I think it destroyed the signal here. It's fine. Okay. You're just zipping around doing your thing, making coal happen. So the question here is you got 177 coal. And the train there holds... Where are you going? Cannot reach the mine. Why? Make it less of a steep turn? Because you're blocked from going this way, you're blocked from going that way. We do have the cross sections here and here. There's no signals there preventing you. There's no signals here preventing you. You should be able to switch to the outside lane. Okay, so you should be able to go to the outside lane, go through here. That light should be fine. Go through there. And then come around this way and head on right over. Maybe it's figured it out? Okay. So I think it was just the turn in this spider web we've got here. It was just too hard of a turn, so it's like a 90-degree turn. Can't find a path to continue. So where are you trying to go? You are trying to go to the city woods. Oh, I see. So this train has gone onto the wrong track. And there isn't a switch around yet here. So it's just blocking the route. Okay, so that should fix that. Also, you're not supposed to be back here. You have no reason to be here. No, 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 no. Go. Stop, 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 stop. Pause. No. You're not killing everyone today. Alright. So we got our train stuck there, but now they're unstuck. And that's why, like, after each of these, I need to have, like, the rail exchange. Just a little bit as a treat. Just let everyone get themselves killed. Alright, so we've got that all getting wired up. That's all fine. Ratings poor. Supply per month and local rating. Yeah, when I first read this, I thought that's how much it was supplying, and this is the percentage I took of that. When we get the train back down here... What do you got going on now? Why are you still struggling? There's got to be a signal I'm missing that got placed. So you're heading back to your depot. So we're good here. Oh, do I have these? I have those signals backwards, the problem. Just wanting to let through that side through. Okay. So get rid of that, get rid of that. Make the tracks there. And I need the one-way signal going this way and that way. That should fix that problem. Okay, so those two signals backwards. So unfortunately, it's going to the opposite end of existence. Put a connection point here so we could use this as a turnaround point if needed. In the future. There, so you got a messy little turnaround there. 'Cause I don't know where you are going, man. You went all that way to turn around. Okay. So weirdly, it went into here to get its self-service, which is fine. Not really where I need to do any of that. That's fine, because what I was going to do... 1, 2, 3, 4. You're going to move all the coal. Alright, so that should fix that up for at least a little bit. So I am learning that trains are a pain in the butt. Why are you lost? What is going on now? What is any of this doing? You should be able to go there. And what are you doing? This is a one-way track. Like, I couldn't set in this room because I didn't give myself enough space. Oh no, I have enough space here. Fine, not actually. Go the other way. Why are you trying to go to this lane? This is no way this way. This is fine that way. Yeah, you can go down this way. Yeah, there's got to be like a rogue signal out here somewhere I'm just overlooking. So you go through there, fine. We're thumbs up, we're good. Why are you switching lanes and getting stuck? Okay. You're trying to turn around and go this way, but there's nothing up here for you. And that's what I don't understand. You're literally, that's the opposite direction of everything. You're trying to go to the coal mine. Right now, just, skip to that step. And see if that'll work. Why are you switching that lane? We literally just had a train take the other route without any issue. And I need that route for other trains. I need this route for other trains. I cannot get you to go back to your depot. You're just clogging up the works here. Let's see. We can add a go-to to just get down to the woods. Well, it's doing whatever it was trying to do now. I guess we're just going to monitor its progress and see how it does. I think it's going that whole way just to turn around. And like I said, there's gotta be a signal, right? This is one of those things that makes me miss Factorio. Factorio did a really good job in setting these things up. You're just gonna go here and get stuck there and then bounce back. Okay. Why can't you go? Alright. So, light. We got a light there. You're fine. You go down this right. We got a light there. It's facing the correct direction. We're fine. We go down here. We have another light. It's facing the correct direction. We're fine. You take this one. You pop down here. Light's facing the right direction. You're fine. Keep on going. Keep on going. Light's facing the correct direction. You're fine. Keep on going. You cross through here. Lights facing the correct direction. You're fine. Ah, well, I mean, this is what's causing you a problem here. It's, again, too tight of a turn. We can fix that. There. That should give you a better route. I'm still surprised that there wasn't a better alternate route to get around, but still. Because that train has no business being on the opposite side of the map. What I probably need to do is for some of these, like, purpose-built trains, it's literally only ever going to be back and forth with, like, coal to and from the power plant. Probably just put, like, a bridge going over the other tracks, so there's no sharing of tracks at all. Okay, so you're just waiting for the route to clear. There you go. It's working your way through. I'm trying to give the chance of the mine to build up so the auto-renew actually works. And I have noticed the person who deals with all the passenger stuff has started to upgrade all their boats to newer boats. It's still saying it can't reach it. You can't go that way. I have a signal on the far side there. You can't go that way. I may be overestimating the capabilities of the AI. Yeah, but why would you even leave going that direction if there was never a valid path for you? Let's see if I can't make this not as dumb by just putting a extra set of signals here. It's not doing the signal. I'm hoping they're right there and I can't see them. The big problem is I can't put them on the bridge, and I've got them on the other side of the bridge to try and prevent stuff. Like, that train's going the right way, but it's this one train does not seem to be able to figure itself out. Okay. Just stay in your lane. Do not switch. You're in a good lane. You just stay there, and everything will be good. Like, no crossover, no nonsense. There, you're good, you're good. Stay in your lane. Don't switch. Okay. We're staying in our lane. We're being a good train. Now again, stay in your lane the whole way down, man. Just the whole way down. No switches, just straight down. That's your lane. That's fine. You're going in to be serviced. I'm okay with that. Stay in your lane. Don't you switch. 1 second. 1 second before you get over there. We'll just have it figured a different way around. Okay, so we've got buses that need to be replaced. New vehicle. Passengers. Oh, I'm literally going to just be replacing it with the same bus we already have. Alright, can't buy vehicle. Vehicle is unavailable. Alright. So we can go to the buses. Send to the depot. Send to the depot. Because we decommission those. Alright, so let's see if this gets itself unjammed. My expectations are low. I've invested so much time and effort in these trains. Don't switch. I don't understand why this train is so hell-bent on getting in the wrong lane. I've got signals the whole way down, and it's switching any chance it gets to get to that lane. And it's just not doing anything. Okay, so we can get that out of there. So we got some brand new buses. Oh, you didn't get the orders? Well, alright, that's a mistake. So, boom. Boom. Maintenance depot if you need it. Boom. Boom. Where'd that bus go that didn't have anything assigned? You're doing fine over there. Well, I blinked, and it's now on a different route. I want to get ahead of it. I am trying to force this train without any other options to simply continue on the route I want it going, so... No and no. Go this way. I will give you only one option. There's literally only one option, and that is to go the direction I need you to go. Why are you switching there? There's nothing for you. You've got a straight route. It's right there, man. All the other trains are taking it. What is with your obsession in trying to go around this way to get down here where there's no connection? There's no, like, pickup tool or whatever to be like, no, I'm forcing you to go that way. Why do you hate the other lanes so much? I've tried bumping it to different stops over there. Stop. Start. Okay. Your only choice is that way now. I'm literally going to babysit you this entire route and force you to have only the one and only option of going down this route. Okay. Thank you for finally leaving the area so I can start fixing this crap I've been ripping up. I don't understand why that one train just could not handle going any other way. Don't you dare turn around over there. Okay, so you're over here. You're going the wrong way. Don't do that. Yeah, there's something going on with the signals that I've definitely got this set up, or it seems like at the station itself, I need to be like, this is the in-way, this is the out-way, do not take another route. And go with that. And if I do anything but that, it's going to be a thing. And the problem is my rail setup, as it already is, it's causing a lot of problems. Why are you what the hell is your problem? Okay, you're on the right track. Let me pause you real fast, because I know what's going to come. Oh, never mind, I can't. There's no train on that route. Okay, this route is darkened. So you're going on through. You're good. Where'd the train go? Why are you going back this way? Why are you turning around? It's literally that's what takes you there. It's right there. It's right there. Well, it's not even that. Like, I think I've got the signal because I've got other trains taking that route. That's the thing that's weird. Is it seems like it's got this weird obsession with wanting to go up here to try and figure out how to get back. So no matter what route I took, it's trying to go up here, but there's no connection from this area down here, which is where it's supposed to be. So I think it's just got a pathing issue there, but I have had other trains going down here and doing their thing. That's what I'm not gaining. Not understanding is like what. Like, it might be that I'm putting these as a safety so I could use both stations, and it's just causing it grief. Yes, that's in. That one's fine, but we'll go ahead and replace it too. Yeah, so you're cruising along this way just fine. That's my passenger one. The problem is my coal train does not want to go that way. Versus my passenger train is like, yep, it's cool, just going right on down, man. No problemo. This is a perfectly acceptable setup. Okay, so boom, 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 and implicit. Okay. Just get to a depot. I don't care. Just go to a depot. I don't care anymore. I'm deleting this train from existence, and we're just putting it on the other side. I could be doing so many more productive things, but I'm having to, like, rip everything apart because this one train has some obsession with going the wrong way, and I just don't want to deal with it anymore. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I have to send it back to a depot for it to be sold. I'm definitely learning with the trains, while they have the high capacity for moving stuff around, trying to set up the train network to be a lot like Factorio, it's definitely not as clean. Which makes sense. Factorio came how many years later? Why are you trying to go the wrong way on the signal? No signal over here, and you're just ping-ponging now. So it seems like these one-ways are just not working, because like this one goes this way, this one goes this way, and the train tries to go in the one-way anyways, and then turns around. Might have broken that. That might have been the problem there. I do wish there's a little bit clarity on that. That might have been the issue there, just that one. It would be nicer if there was a much easier way to see, like... I understand it darkens it. There's probably UI stuff I'm missing. But yeah, the discoverability of trying to figure out, like, what's going on with your trains and all that is pretty rough. I definitely need to change a lot of how I got my train networks going in the future. Anyways, I'm going to allow you to go again. So while that's doing that, bear with me. I need to step away real fast and toss some dinner in the oven, so I'm going to be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay, so let's get back to it, and let's see if this works well. Alright, it's lagging out. Oh, there we go. Okay, so Train 3 is lost. Not a great start. I'm also getting a weird stutter every second or so. And it's saying is overloading my encoder? Okay. You don't really realize how high the current channel production value is. So you see the old clips, which are still probably close to average on Twitch? Yep. Okay, so now it's saving. Train 4 is lost. Okay, so we might have a problem here where, since I got back, every couple seconds the game is hanging. I think it's trying to figure out the train routes, and we're just running the CPU up. I wonder if going through... Well, if I yoink the signals, it considers it one whole grid, and it just doesn't work. I mean, you're trying to go down that way the wrong way. Alright, so we definitely, alright, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna save real fast. And we're gonna kill the game and bring it back up. Because, like, it is sitting here just, I'm watching encoder's overwhelmed, just since I got back. So something is going squirrely, and I'm thinking it's what it's trying to do, it's pathfinding on the trains, and is struggling to find, like, whatever's going on, it's struggling to find a valid path. And then because of that, it's just like rerunning the calculation and rerunning the calculation and rerunning the calculation and rerunning the calculation. And just getting jammed. Okay, so game's loaded. Say about a renews failing because of money. They're all working their way back to maintenance. This route is now missing, so let's fix that. Yeah, no, I'm so spoiled with Factorio, which again, Factorio came years and years and years later. It's train 4. Okay, I mean, it was still saying it couldn't find a route when we closed the game. But now it's just fine. So I guess in the future, when we have a train that's being cursed and just hell-bent and going to the wrong place, we just close the game and reopen it. I think, like I said, I think what was happening is it got, like, in its AI that it needed to go to the other direction to, like, get to the nearest spot or whatever. And so it's just hell-bent on taking that route, which wasn't valid, is what I think happened. That's my theory, at least. So, with all that, all of those things should unscuff now. There's no way you filled up. Oh, it's fine. Train 4 is lost. Why are you lost? So you are trying to go to Lee Hill. See if there's like a connection broken here. No. Alright, it says you're lost, yet you seem to be getting there fine? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, and a bunch of trains didn't make any profit because the whole train system being gridlocked yesterday, like this past in-game year. Meanwhile, let's look at our list of vehicles. So I'm assuming... Yeah, so you need to be replaced. That's our mail vehicles. Honestly, we could probably wind down the mail vehicles. Let's not mess with it. We're working. So let's go ahead and change cargo type to mail. We've got you. We will. Wait, can I wait 1 second? Load. That's easy. So you go back to depot. You go back to depot. And then we'll sell you. And you. Alright, so we're basically decommissioned our old crappy vehicles. We got the people doing the passenger stuff just zipping along. Yeah, and our water route is getting hammered by the competition. That's honestly probably the reason why they don't have the AI spend too much. Okay, so honestly, this train we could probably just get rid of. It's old, it's outdated, it's slow, it's too small for a lot of the jobs we have it doing. We can just... Oh, I forgot to send them on their way. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. For a moment I thought I sold my brand new vehicles. Okay, and you are done. Get out of here. Train 4 is lost. Cannot reach Duntburg. Okay. So you cannot reach Duntburg from where you're at. Duntburg is up there. Let's check your route. So you're going to work your way down here. You pull in there, switch back. There's no signal here. Hey, Flix, how's it going? There's a signal here facing the correct way. The signal here facing the correct way. You'll take this, take that. Signal there facing the correct way. You'll scooch on up here. Signal facing the right way. Actually, the train is up here now? Why can you not reach Duntburg? You just go here, straight on through, and it's right there. There's no gaps in the rail. I guess you figured it out. That's fine. I'm guessing somewhere in here we've got a path. Oh, hey! We got a paper mill put right here. That wasn't there before. Well, that's curious, because we got a paper mill all the way down there. Well, the downside is I don't really have a reason to switch you up. We're still running into the problem where these... Okay, so you're actually getting wood now. And you're getting wood now. Okay, so those seem to be decursing themselves. Alright. So let's check. Maybe it's time we stop trying to build up this train network and have it getting more and more cursed. And see if we can't start doing some stuff to make ourselves some better money just broadly. I think I'm going to start going and competing for subsidies, potentially. As a way of just expanding wherever they want me to expand. It's also a little harder to get a feel for the congestion on the trains. I do see that they keep waiting on signals. That's fine. Having your own emotes is great? Yeah. I also want to get an airport set up. And greedily I've wanted to put the airport up here. But let's face it. I got no room. I mean, I could bulldoze part of the town, but they would get pretty... Oh, you little jerks. They already got the airport set up. They just put a helipad right in the middle of town. Yeah, so they just knocked out a couple buildings and all that stuff. Yeah, this is a quick dough, but settled on Simutrans instead. Now you get about 1,000 hours deep in it. Yeah, and I've had multiple people bring up Simutrans. So, this might not be the take. I probably shouldn't be directly... Oh, you built another one. Oh, no. I've got my town set up here, and... now we're running into the fact that everyone else is doing that. Reclaimed island airport, maybe? Can helicopters land at airports? I don't know if they can land at probably. But they got their own thing. It's interesting, how many people can that helicopter carry? That makes sense. You can fit 40 passengers on a helicopter. Alright, let me say I'm a little dubious that the helicopter is going to ultimately be kind of a more effective way to deal with a bunch of this. The big advantage of the helicopter, you can kind of squeeze it in the middle of everything. Alright. Do I start trying to compete here, knowing that it's going to ultimately be a loss of money for me, but maybe if I can make it no longer economically viable for them, they'll bugger out of my town. Because I'm debating going over here and setting up my own helicopter pad and starting to compete, but that's probably not the play. The hell with it. Let's do it. Right, so we can go over here and we'll want to do air traffic. So the heliport they're doing with it is just a single tile. The heli depot is 2x2. And the heli station is a whole like block. Can you put it on top of a building? No, I don't think so. I think what they did is they destroyed a piece of road for it. So you get rid of one piece of road there. So we've got our first heli depot. Or heliport. Let's just start connecting a bunch of these little towns that they're not operating yet. Okay. So that brings up the question of how the heck do I buy, where the heck do I buy the helicopter? Oh, Heli Depot. Right. It is a depot. It's literally in its name. Okay, so new aircraft. We'll buy the aircraft. You'll go from you over to you, then back to the depot. If you need maintenance, get out of here. Buy a new aircraft, and you'll go from you over to you. And back for maintenance if you need it. Get on out of here. You've got all those connected. Alright. That's fine. So we got one of our trains and one of our boats was not profitable last year. Okay, we can go over here. New aircraft. Helicopter. Go to you. Then you. And back for maintenance. If you need it. Alright. So we're now effectively competing for a bunch of that stuff. It does make me wonder, as the town grows, if you end up wanting to like tear up the road just to force it to have room to build more buildings. Okay, so let's run that for a bit. We put some helicopters on the system. We can see how that works. All right. And I guess the next question is going to be, which player's doing the worst? Am I able to force them to start not being viable? Can I start causing active harm to the other players to open up more areas for me to operate? All right. So I got the helicopter pads going. They've got Cunning Will over there. Cool, and they're just getting all happy about all the extra helicopters we're getting up. And what we can do from here... So put our own heli... Okay. Interesting. So, they like us, but they're also giving us a hard no. So our competitors have gone in and basically told them, yeah, don't let them put another one in here. I didn't get your direction where you only go for repairs if you need it. Huh. So yeah, we're now basically trying to send out helicopters as much as we can out of our town here. Continuing to very rapidly grow Lee Hill City. We have a headquarters in here somewhere. I've long since lost track of where it is, though. But we do have our city growing up pretty quickly. Alright. So let's go check in the surrounding area. And I'm deliberately trying to serve some of the towns that aren't as dense yet, with the hope of that getting me a preferential location, knowing this is giving up early profit. The hope being as time goes on, then I'll be able to make a lot happen with that. Go from you to you and back for maintenance if you need it. Yeah, so you got our train routes doing their thing. And all that. I'm not gonna worry about your big planes. They built a food processing plant right next to town now. I used to have to go really far for that. Okay. Well, right now they're already kind of being serviced there. I could easily put, like, a one-way rail station that goes over like this. Just back and forth. To get that going. For the moment, I'm just trying to wire up as many of these helicopters and hope they'll end up being very profitable for me. Okay, I think I'm going to change the visibility a little bit because it's getting pretty crowded when I'm trying to look at the map. So town names being displayed there, fine. Let's not worry about bus stops. Not worry about truck stops. Train stations are fine, docks are fine, airports are fine. I don't know what Ghost is. Get rid of the competitors' stop names off of the map. Like, we could see that they got infrastructure here, but I don't need the labels covering everything. Alright. Let's go ahead and get another helicopter pad going on over here. Right in the middle of town. New aircraft. Buy. Get that out of the way. You are going to go over here. Okay, and it looks like, or it sounds like Tomb just got home. Got a couple more minutes till I gotta run downstairs to pull the food out of the oven and all that. I'm sure she's glad to be home. Her work has her outside a lot, and it is expletive cold outside in Florida right now. We joked about it earlier on stream, that technically if I wanted, I could hop into a plane and fly that plane to Juneau, Alaska to warm up. Because right now, Juneau, Alaska is a pretty decent margin warmer than Central Florida. Because we are getting heckin' blasted by a cold front. Privatize the transport industry. It's basically what we're doing here. So you got your heliport. That's a scary thought. It's just we're having an unusual blast of cold. It's funny because if you look at our temperature, which is about 24 degrees Fahrenheit, if that were Celsius, that's almost exactly the right temperature for this time of year in Florida. But it's not. It's in Fahrenheit, it's 24, which is way colder than it normally gets. Yep, so we got our helicopters going back and forth. I don't want to overwhelm this helipad, because I'm worried that might be one of the things that causes accidents in the game, is that they just can't land. We go to walking the dog in this. You just gotta bundle up. Like, for the record, it being that cold, you know, obviously that's a problem for, you know, people who are homeless, or that you don't have proper heating in your home, and yada yada. Like, those are definitely concerns. But, like, people go out in areas that go below freezing. You just long pants, jacket, that whole thing. Alright, so got Lee Hill South here. Alright. So get another one up here. It's also got to be a weird thing. So you got like this little town of 100 people. You know, you've got your 1 or 2 farms and like nothing else going on. You are a town that is just out in the boonies. Like there's not any credible reason why someone would go and want to build any major infrastructure there. And then someone just like, yeah, we're just gonna build like a major like heliport drop off kind of thing right here in your town. Don't worry about it. I believe where that got put on there twice. It's like you hear the stories about, you know, there's a little town of 50 people or 100 people and they build like a giant football stadium or giant concert hall or something. You know, because they're looking for an area near-ish a population center or major transport thoroughfare or whatever. And so then they build in that little teeny tiny town because they can get the land for cheap with the expectation of then, you know, the town blows up around it. And sometimes, and actually most of the time that does, because if you're going to invest that money, most of the time you do your research. Every once in a while, though, you do have the company who puts all that investment in there without doing any kind of research into the area, and it just does not pan out. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I gotta run downstairs one more time, just to welcome my wife home and pull the dinner back out of the oven, and then won't be stepping away for a little while. But thank you again for tuning in. It'll be back in just a couple minutes, and, you know, I'll be back in a minute. Okay, and we are back. So let's go back to doing some... I should have... My apologies, I should have run the ad break already. And as a reminder, as of today, for the next month, we are being sponsored by Opera GX. You'll see the pinned message on the top. It's just another browser out there. It does a lot of stuff, like has like built-in ad block, built-in VPN. You can tell it to be like, only use this much CPU or GPU while I'm gaming and all that. But it's the browser I've been using for a little bit over a year. I was getting pretty frustrated with the browser I was using at the time, which was Edge and Chrome. And then, you know, I think it was Ultra had a sponsorship with them at the time, and I was like, you know what, I'll check it out, I've been meaning to. And it did take a little while to switch over, like, they've got a whole thing for, like, importing all of your settings and all that, and just, like, one click and all that kind of thing. It still took a little bit to adjust, but I've been using it ever since. I've been pretty happy. Being able to go in and be like, this website's like, this website's not available here. It's like, yep, it is now. Being able to do that's pretty nice. Or it's like, you need to verify your ID. Nah, I don't. Not gonna do it. Can't make me. Alright, so helicopters seem to be doing relatively well. I should have actually checked all that. It's interesting that these helipads are saying that they're going to start accepting goods, yet I don't have a helicopter capable of dealing with that. I'm assuming we'll just get them later. But yeah, so we're using the helicopter pads to supplement things. Alright. Then you got the train network over here that's still occasionally throwing a fit. It kind of feels like what I probably need to do is have my passenger train network, and then just, like, have, case in point right there, have my trains that are literally just, you know, they go from place to place. It could also be that I just hook up a couple of towns to one thing. Because it definitely feels like with OpenTTD that a lot of the way the game is structured is very different than more modern transport ones. Because like the more modern games I've seen, what they'll actually do is they'll be like, this passenger, they don't just want to leave Lee Hill. They're not just a passenger who wants to go someplace. It's this passenger in Lee Hill wants to go to Cunningwell. Okay, so they will need to take the route to Cunningwell, and this passenger down here at Dunburg might also need to go to Cunningwell, so he's going to choke up the capacity of the train as it passes through Lee Hill. But a lot of those games, because of all the extra stuff they have to do around that kind of thing, they end up being the type of game that it's mostly just around the trains. They don't do like all the other stuff. It's mostly just trains that you're managing. This one peninsula city here is just inundated with all this. I think I can actually trigger this to grow more. If I go in here and I destroy these two segments of road, they'll be able to put houses there. So I can slowly expand. Okay. That's a coal mine. We got a food processing plant and then a farm right here. In this run, I haven't been using the trucks like at all to ship stuff. Let's just set up some lorries, just go back and forth, and just get this food processing plant making stuff as a extra income just because we can. So one thing I've been wondering is if I try and just draw over that. Okay, it does just automatically buy the field from them. That's good. I was curious how that worked. So we'll go ahead and here. And get you all connected on this end as well. New vehicles. We are going to say you are moving livestock. Cool. So buy one of those. And you go grab livestock. You run it there. You stop for maintenance if needed. Get out of here. And then we need wheat. Same deal. There. There. And stop for maintenance if needed. You get 2 vehicles on each of them. Alright. And just like that, we've got a dedicated back and forth. Just getting that trickle income from there. You know, we can run with this. Then go down here. Got your stop over there. That's hooked up all over here. And then just drop it off right in the middle of town. Okay, so new vehicles, and you are going to be food. So you grab the food. You drop it off in the middle of the town. And you pop back for maintenance if you need it. I'm sure I'll need a couple of those. Okay. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have attached that to the helicopter. That's fine. The helicopter can't deliver food yet anyways. Okay. So yeah, very good for now. You only got 8 tons of food in storage. Cool. This would be the pulling in and out of that that location. That's the bottleneck. Meanwhile, you can look at your throughput. So you have excellent. I think they're just doing a good job for the time being. We're just making our food. And you can carry 22 each. But probably, at the rate we're looking, we might actually have enough. Okay, so we got ourselves a nice little trickle income going down here as well, just to toss in the pile, because why not? Yeah, we definitely need to kind of retire those trucks zipping around down here. They're definitely not doing what I need them to do. The greening field is definitely growing. Okay, so our aircraft have become our primary breadwinners by a large margin extremely quickly. So I understand why the AI is just being like, I use helipads, because that is definitely a very effective strategy. And that's without doing stuff to, like, target faraway neighborhoods and all that to maximize or anything like that. Alright. So we can go down here. New aircraft. Buy that. Build our helicopter pad up here. Okay. It's basically we're processing the people as fast as we can here. By exclusive transportation right for 12 months, Town Authority will not allow passengers or freight to use your competitor's station. A successful bribe from a competitor will cancel this contract. So we could potentially abuse that, and then it's a matter of if you fight back and forth doing that. So you no longer accept goods. Yeah, so some of these towns will refuse to let me build a helipad to service them if someone's already got one. There's got to be a capacity limit of that thing. All right. So we've got all that hooked up. We're making really solid money now. We've got more food coming into Greenfield and all that. How are our competitors doing? So we're doing pretty good. We could check on this. As far as us on the tier list here, we're second to last. I am apparently wrong at how we're doing. That the AI is utterly kicking my butt. Hey, Duria! Deliria, thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it. Can we get a shout out for Deliria? I'm trying to pronounce your name. My apologies. I keep tongue twisting myself on it. But how was your streaming? All good stuff. Playing some Vintage Story. Della's fine. Gotcha. Yeah, so Della over there playing some Vintage Story. So if you like Vintage Story, you can definitely find it over there. Vintage Story is an absolutely fantastic game that I highly recommend checking out. We played plenty of that in our past over here. But definitely go check them out for that. But it's always nice to get to know someone new, so let me go ahead and I'm going to do a thing here. We're going to have the game glitch for just a moment, because I'll follow up with that later. But, welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. Obviously, we're not playing that right now, but I do play a lot of games, like I have played a lot of Vintage Story in the past. I do a lot of City Builders, Settlement Builders, Tycoon, the occasional roguelike, Survival Crafter, Slice of Life Farm Sim, Simulation. I play a very wide range of games. And today is our second day checking out OpenTTD, which is a very, very old game made by the same developers as Roller Coaster Tycoon. This is like the open-sourced version of it. But with that, we are checking this out. It's pretty new to it. Our trains suck, but they're working. And I felt like I was doing really good because it's making way more money. And then I looked at my competitors and the money they're making, and I don't feel like I'm doing as good now because they are making absurd amounts of money by comparison. Okay. Meanwhile, we've expanded. We had our food production was our main moneymaker, and then the competition showed up, and now we're rubbing elbows on that, and it's killed the margins. So we decided to go ahead and play at their game, and I've started trying to just move out a helicopter network to just put myself anywhere they're at, and any new towns I can get myself into. If I see, like, opportune places to hook up, you know, industries, I've been starting to do that, using the lorries, because I've been kind of sleeping on those. Oh, okay, there's a good spot. We got a coal mine just up the hill from here. Yeah, that's gonna be our next place to make some low effort money. So we can go over here. We'll put a place to have the vehicles park here. And then we'll go over here. A place for vehicles to park on this side. And then I will just need a depot so the vehicles can get themselves patched up as they go along. So new vehicles. We need vehicles that can move coal. We're gonna buy ourselves a new vehicle. We're gonna tell it to go get coal from there and bring it here. And if you need maintenance, make a stop. One, two, three, four. Now I'm gonna assume we can move a lot of coal. So basically, I got a whole lot of lorries, and we're just gonna have them running back and forth. Okay. Let's also change your route so that you wait until your load is full. Is this multiplayer? There is multiplayer. I am not playing multiplayer. They may have overdone it with the trucks. It's fine. We got livestock, We got food production. We've got printing. There's another coal mine down here, and then coal to deliver to it. So let me go ahead and do that. Because it feels like a place I can make decent money. Because the kind of ones when it comes to setting up these networks, you just literally get your vehicle set up. Oh, I put down the wrong ones. I put down passenger stations. One moment. Okay, now this should work. So I can go to you, tell you to go here, tell you to go there, do this. And I've been trying to be sure to set every vehicle to, 2, 3, 4. Set every vehicle to have a maintenance plan where they will do a route and then they'll check it if they need maintenance, go get it. Oh, we got, while those do their thing. Why am I getting lots of hangs? Okay, you want food from... the food processing plant here to Bunningford down there. Okay. That's a little bit more of a stretch. And I don't think we can do that. I'm getting the same issue we had before where we're getting lots of, like, hangs for a minute. So bear with me. What I'm going to go ahead and do is if I can get the game to cooperate for a second, I'm going to save. Then we're going to reload the game. We had this once earlier. Yeah, no, it's overloading my encoding. It's something with the game. Oh, never mind, the game died. Okay, well, that solved itself. Something went wrong with the game, and it was just killing my CPU, which then, of course, was taking out the stream and all that as well. So we can go to the autosave directory. And grab the latest. Yeah, if it does that again, we'll probably play something else. I'm enjoying this, but, like, every once in a while we run into that thing where, like, the CPU thing, and I'm assuming it's one of the AI players and all that. I didn't take a long time to research the AI players before we got there. Okay, so let's check the subsidies. So subsidies not back. And it does save fairly regularly. There's that coal mine we set up a moment ago. I'm also wondering if it might be train stuff. And there's the other coal mine. So we basically lost where we hooked up both the coal mines. Did we put in our helipad over here somewhere? I don't remember. Alright, let's go ahead and just hook those back up. That's kind of been one of my only issues today, because we have been having those occasional. That's, I think, the second time I've had to, like, kill the game because it gets into that weird stutter loop. And that time it crashed itself. I didn't get a chance to mess with it. Okay, so that was the helipad we had just set up. Okay. And we're just sending them over to grab that coal. Then back and forth. Get the same thing here. Because I'm looking for a lot of kind of easy wins that we can get right now. To try and play a little catch up with the AI. And have things that the AI is not working on that I can use where I don't have to be competing with them. Okay. And also, before I forget, fill up your cargo. Yeah, I do wonder, like, after playing this for the last 2 days, I'm kind of feeling like I almost want to find one of the more modern games doing the similar idea and play one of the more modern ones. Like, I've been enjoying this, but there's a bunch of stuff in this where, like, we can kind of just fit the resources in here as much as possible, and they do seem to just take it. Kind of makes me want to go back and play games like Railway Empire 2 and some of those other ones where, you know, it's just trains. It's not the whole range of stuff, but very genuinely, there's just a lot of different systems in those games to take advantage of. That, like, the train stuff they've got going on has like a lot more depth and it's a lot more fleshed out and all that. I'm also noticing there's food processing things like everywhere now. I don't have farms in all those areas though. Got multiple power plants if there was coal anywhere nearby. Okay. Yeah, so the one behind me is the company. We look at our operating profits. I'm basically on the bottom. Start cutting down some of these bigger ones. So it's the Heliferry ones that are doing really well. The ship AI one is doing pretty well. Mogul's doing really well. The other Mogul's doing really well. That ship AI is doing pretty good. That's another Mogul one that's doing well. Ship AI. Thick company. I'm trying to see. Yeah, so we're out profiting the company, but I don't know anything about them. All right, so give her money a moment to recover. Yeah, so we're chasing opportunities that we can just quickly wire up some industry, make some easy money. Otherwise, when we got some money sitting around, if we don't have that kind of thing, we'll just shove down another we'll just shove down our things, that processing plant over there. Yep, we can make this work. Same deal as before. Okay. So need new vehicles. So I'm going to need to be moving wheat. Go grab that. Bring it up here. Drop our repairs if needed. Make sure we fill up. And we can clone that vehicle once, twice. Twice. Okay. That's those three. And I need a separate new vehicle for livestock. And same deal. Go down there, move up there. Oh. Not you. Fill you up. And then, if maintenance is needed, that's fine. So what I'm going to need to do is they're all stuck because they're all waiting for the initial stuff to go there. So let's go skip. Have you do your loop. And that should start filling up. And once that happens, we'll start having it cycle. Okay, and go. And go. But yeah, so unfortunately that's going to take a hot minute for them to get going. It's probably overkill what I put on there. But that's fine. In the meantime, we can go ahead and write down here, we'll add a helipad. And go to our setup over here. Build ourselves a new aircraft. And go all the way down there. And go for repairs if needed. Alright. So all in all, that's more money coming in. Yeah, and just each month or whatever, we're getting more and more cash out of that. Which is fine. Alright, I think we're starting to get to the point of Lee Hill helipad is starting to get overwhelmed. Now I've got some helicopters in a holding pattern around it waiting their turn. Yeah, so a bunch of our trains and all that are getting less and less profitable. Okay. So it'll probably end up needing to happen from there. I am low-key curious if I can just put a second one in town. Okay. I was curious if it was going to let me shove yet another helipad in that area, but the answer is no. And that's Lee Hill. Let's see if I can get away with... Alright, so neither of them is letting us put more there. They're like, look, man, you got too much of this crap around here. Give us a break. Okay, so I'm just looking where we can potentially get some stuff done. Just some easy wins, as it were. There's lots of farms not hooked up to anything. Okay, so we got another coal plant we can hook up over here. One thing I am finding is the variety of goods in this is pretty limited. Which isn't surprising because again, this is a game from like right around like what, 2001 or something like that. So understandably, like it's not to the same scale of games nowadays. It does what it does and it does it well. Right now, we'll send you on your way. Let you do your lap. It's also one of those things that, like, I set up a giant map. There's got to be a point where this game just starts to really drag trying to do all the computation of everything. I can't imagine it goes to the, there used to be stuff these games would do. Or not used to, that games do nowadays, that when you start overwhelming the computation of the game, that they kind of slow down the processing rate of the game so that the game runs smoothly and doesn't crash. Are you still... you could handle another helicopter. What's the worst that could happen? A nice big town right here. There's no helipad in it yet. We just go over here and get that to be ours. I got you. And I got the maintenance to do. And let's see. Okay, another helicopter out there to make me more money. Yeah, so we're trying to grow way more aggressively. So you produce food. No farms nearby right there. Got coal and food there. Yeah, so I'm kind of just mostly moving anywhere in our vague operating area that I can hook up any businesses. We're just trying to set that up. Gold mine. You got a place for processing wood if we had a forest nearby, but there isn't. That's in our gold mine. Alright, we got a food processing plant over here. That's another one we can hook up real quick. Okay. New vehicles, livestock, Buy that. Go here, and there, and that. Only if you need maintenance. Alright. Yeah, no, I'm not messing with the train signals anymore. It's just kind of one of those things that, looking into it more and more, I just kind of got myself where it's like, this is not working out. That I'd probably want to tear it up and all that. And it's still making money, so it's just kind of those ones that, even if it's not working right, it's good, it's fine. We're taking the typical, like, big corporate approach to it and being like, does it make money? Yeah. Alright, that's good enough. As long as it's profitable. Wait, servicing our customers, right? No. That's not the motivation. It's money. We only help the customers when it happens to be in line with making more money. Yeah, because that's our one going around. I think it's got one stop. Even if it's not profitable, we get rid of it. Even if the lack of profitability is management's fault. Yes. And we'll definitely punish everyone else other than management for its failure. And if we do punish management in the rare occasion, we will pay them out to punish them. Okay, so we got another farm over here. This will be a little trickier to set up, but that's fine. I'm just going to cut right through their farmland. Okay, and we'll have to make a bridge here. Kind of one of those things. Not a huge amount of setup. There's just a bunch of setup you do here that you keep repeating again and again. Just waiting for it to pull away. It just did, so now I can tell it pull and all that. Go to this menu. 1, 2. This one might actually be able to benefit from more, but right now we'll just stick with what we got. And then livestock. Okay, so I gotta wait for money to come in. Okay. All right. Oh, I can apparently left-click on them, and it'll just take it. Okay. That's fine. Cool. So they're just doing their thing. Alright, Train 4, what is your deal? So you are trying to get to Duntburg. Duntburg is over here. That gives a good route in. This would be the way here, because you're up on that end of the map. You can go into there, no problem. This path should be valid. That's got the correct direction. You're on the right track. I'm imagining this is one of those things like we had before, where one of the trains seems to be fully committed to trying to be on the on like the wrong track or whatever. Like just trying to go to the wrong place to get there. Well, now it's sorted itself out. It's fine. We can check real fast. What is your location before Duntburg? You stop at the Duntburg train depot. That is the Duntburg train depot here. I don't see how you don't find your way back to Duntburg, because this is the train depot. You'd pull into that, and then once you're done with that, once you're pulled in there, you just leave and go up to Duntburg. Apparently, it's leaving this location and somehow getting lost. Apparently a lot of those trucks aren't making me money. It could be we just built them, so they've been sitting there not making the money. It could also be that I built too many of them. From Lee Hill it can't? But why? Because it would go down this way, and that's right there. Because this is the up road, and that's the down road. Yeah, like literally it goes past the maintenance from Lee Hill. And thank you, Sniper, for the 10 stream streak. I do appreciate that. You think it's on the wrong side at the time? Now you can't reach Lee Hill. So both these lanes would ultimately go back. So I don't know what your problem is. Because you take either of those and then take that route straight on up to Lee Hill. Yeah, I think ultimately to like fix the trains, I need to go to all these intersections, clean them all up, redo all the signaling, and I cannot be fussed. I'm just gonna let them half cocked just do their best. Continue to grow these cities. Okay, well, let's go ahead and, while we're waiting, another helipad up here. And go right there. New aircraft, buy the aircraft. Grab you. Go to you. You happen to show me where I wanted to go. So if maintenance needed, and get out of here. I'll definitely say with these competitors gumming things up, it kind of pushes you into different setups that I don't feel as big a need for a lot of things. One thing I'll do. Where were the transparency options? Just straight up get rid of the trees. They're just gone now. You can actually see what the heck I'm doing. So we got all this stuff down here. A lot of industry down here. Which is farm, farm, gold, and gold. Paper, so nothing that really works with each other, unfortunately. Then we got a bunch of stuff set over there where the AI is doing its stuff. So we've seen the oil. I don't think I've seen an oil refinery on the whole map so far. Okay, well there's a farm and there's more food processing. So we can go ahead and just connect ourselves more business. Okay, and drop you. Yeah, we'll give that a moment to run, and it should all be good. Thank you, Mohan Rai, for the 340 stream streak. Here's the last 340 streams without missed a single one, so that means a heck of a lot. So, 1, 2. Okay, and now we switch over to wheat. Okay, that's not too bad. All right. Let's leave more money coming in with all that. Oh, this is... That's interesting. So... One of the AI did set up the infrastructure all the way for that really long stretch to get the coal over there. Okay. Yeah, we still have the bandwidth for more of that stuff. Just gonna go ahead and plunk down yet another helicopter pad. It's kind of what I'm doing right now is I'm swapping between the two, where I'm putting down a helipad in a town we're not doing anything with to get them on our grids, like kind of get ourselves in the door before they're larger. Okay, so let's just gonna reverse the order on these. Just trying to keep as much going as possible. We got another coal place over here. And a little bridge. That's definitely pushing it a length that a train probably would have made more sense. Okay, new vehicles, and we want ones for coal. So you can go over here. Over there. Back there. Start moving. Only if you need repairs. Then once it does its quick stop by here, we're going to go ahead and tell it to only leave when it's full. Grab like 4 or 5 of them. Because we're pretty much spending our money to expand as fast as we can right now. Okay, and with that, do this. Get them all working. One of the quality of life things is where you have your vehicles and they get old and you need to replace them. It definitely feels like this would be the kind of game where you could be like, okay, replace this vehicle with that vehicle, or just replace the vehicle straight up. Alright, so let's let the money collect for a moment. Lee City is continuing to grow about as aggressively as we can. Alright. So I'm going to see if we can potentially... I'm going to see if we can't save up some money and screw our competitors by hitting this button and forcing them to not be allowed to trade my main city. Because that's what I'm thinking. Because we got outstanding ratings. Let's see if we can't abuse those ratings and put them to good use. Because apparently I can do this one and that's fine. But then someone can spend even more money to try and bribe them. But there's a risk of a severe penalty if caught. I have no idea how that works at all. But I'm willing to open the can of worms of causing some drama. Because my thought is, if I can take over that, suddenly my money should be bumping way up because of all the things going on right now with the... Okay. So those road vehicles are making us money. Almost exactly the same amount of money. So I'd have to wait... I mean, that'd be a while. Alright, let's keep expanding. That's fine. I got a list of vehicles that aren't profitable, but overall they are being. You require wood, but there's no wood nearby. No power plant nearby, there's no farm nearby. I guess just build more helipads. Alright. Can I convince you to let me put another helipad here? The answer is probably no. Okay, so you won't go for it. And you won't go for it. That's okay. Nope, you won't go for it either because they've already got a helipad there. Alright. Getting our helicopter out in the scene. Yeah, so the expectation here is just trying to increase my profit a little bit, with the intention of trying to just screw this market here so far as the competitors going. I'm just trying to set it so when it comes to this market, if I can ban all of them from being able to go here, then we do have the possibility of suddenly all of these extra infrastructure, all those passengers become my passengers. And that should be a massive influx of money. And then we can see if we can't keep them out of here. Mostly because I'm curious how it works. Now, granted, my luck is they're sitting on so much cash that I'm going to hit that button, and it's going to be like, okay, they bribed their way past. Completely just deleting my money and making it go away and do effectively nothing, but still. Alright. Yeah, I'm just seeing the constant tick of a couple thousand here all the time. Oh, you know what's happening? I know why it's getting mad. It's trying to find its way back, but because this one has the, you can only go this, you know, it's a one way this way and the other way that way, but the signals are up here from troubleshooting earlier, it can't find that route, so it's like, I don't know where to go. So it has to go and ping pong to the next stop back, and then loop around. I might be able to get this to be able to just loop here. That's... yeah, I'm not gonna have enough room to make the full loop around. It's fine. It can just stay the way it is. It'll just keep warning me. Can't you move the bridge crossing under the road bridge? Maybe? I have to remove the signals first. Okay. We're just gonna get rid of those signals. Okay. So you go up. You go down. Alright, that should clean that up. So we're making very good money now. Well, not very good. We are making decent money now. Yeah, so this is us versus our direct competitor. Or the closest competitor, I should say, not our direct competitor. So not worry about the ones that are, like, right, like, way ahead of me. I'm honestly surprised with all of them. I'm honestly surprised with all of them that they're not just cannibalizing each other to a point, like, they're doing the expansion of their transportation more and more, and that they're not starting to, like, rub up against each other's interests to the point of cutting into each other's profit and starting to struggle a little bit. Yeah, you're getting pretty close to capacity on that. New road vehicle. Would you be interested in this exclusive thing? So it's a better bus. And this city is just exploding in size. Like, since a bunch of this other stuff, we start bringing in the goods here. The greening field has just absolutely been ballooning. I really wish I could get it to let me put down a second helipad here. Because I'm with this being a repair location, I'm really timid to go and add a bunch of helicopters landing here as its primary, because they're going to keep coming back and repairing. I want to keep it clear. I mean, you know what? It seems to be fine. Alright, let's go ahead. And help these towns grow. So, from here to there. Repairs. From here. That's not what I want you to do. From there. There. Repairs. Okay, I need to stop buying things. Like, I'm spending the money to make money, which is good, but at the same time, I want to save up to see what happens if I do try and muscle the competition out of this town. Like, I don't expect it to completely decimate their finances or anything like that significant, but I do wonder if it'll be a sudden spike in my money that we can potentially capitalize on, you know, now my helicopter that's way oversaturated here and not really doing a whole lot can suddenly be exporting tons and tons of people. And then go from there. Or if I shut it down, if they'll actually get rid of their infrastructure here, since it's going to just hurt them. I also definitely feel like making the map this big doesn't serve a big purpose. Because it's let the AI can kind of expand and do more than I reasonably would want to try and keep track of. And it does means like the ticker on the bottom is just perpetually going always. Whereas I kind of just want to work on the cities and make them better and all that. And let's see how much adding those 3 extra helicopters onto the pipeline has done for us. you're just forever lost. Okay, so we're actually making over $500,000 now per in-game year. I mean, we didn't actually make that much profit because of how much got eaten with building more helicopters and all that kind of stuff. But we are making a lot of money. And here's all these ones that aren't quite making much money. It's interesting that a lot of those vehicles are losing me money. So 600,000 is the amount that it requires to bribe the local authorities. I didn't see what the 2 instances of 11,000. Oh, it's them that's making the 11,000. With their really fast boats moving just tons of people. Yeah, it's a shame I can't really figure... Well, I mean, we can, actually. What am I talking about? We can absolutely figure out what the thing... So I grab all these helicopters. So this helicopter is making about $10,000 a year. And the helicopter itself cost me like $60,000 plus the helipad, I think, was like another $10,000, so $70,000. So it seems like it'll be 5 years for a helicopter to basically justify its continued existence. And that's the one if they're getting only the 10,000, which you're getting 20,000, so that'd be 3 years. And you're making 4,000, so that would be longer, like 10 years. But that's also helping grow the cities, which then, you know, over time means better money. I do appreciate that we had the concern before here that's like, oh no, well, the city has nowhere else to grow. It does grows up. It doesn't grow out, it'll just keep growing up if that's needed. That's been a nice benefit to see. This city, however, is just expanding out this peninsula a lot. Sadly, this one's not growing that much. It just seems like they're not utilizing that helipad very much, so while I'm helping a little bit with my one train going back and forth out there, it's not really that good. Making 10K, but its running cost close to 5,000. This is true. Okay. So, what could I do to help this out? I could build a train that is literally just between those two stops. The littler train had that to begin with, but I mean, you really don't have much passengers. How are you looking? I mean, I guess with the helicopter there, the train just can't compete. Which is weird, because in real life it works the other way, that the train can move just tons of people. But with being able to just plop a bunch of helicopters and they just zip back and forth straight line. Weirdly, the helicopters are actually pretty efficient in this. What we can do is use our fast forward button. I haven't been doing that hardly at all. We can go ahead and try and rush to see what happens with this, not the bribe, but the other one. I mean, you're falling behind here. Actually, you're not falling that far behind. Okay, never mind. Watch, you're gonna do this thing, it's gonna instantly cancel. It'll just be like, I have lost 600,000, they've lost 1,000,000 something. And that'll be the difference. And it is cool seeing the city just grow here. That's all fine. Yeah, so I gotta back up on that helipad. I wonder if fast forwarding caused that, because it does seem like things are getting backed up with fast forward. So like the maintenance might be going faster than some of the other stuff is. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I want to test this out, and then maybe we'll switch out games, because like I said, we're kind of getting to a stage in this where I feel like I'm just rebuilding the same things again and again. This can happen with a lot of Tycoon games. Now, don't get me wrong, we could definitely go through and figure out different ways to set up a railway system, all that. I'm feeling a little boxed in with the stuff going on at the competition now, because, like, setting up my passenger ships, it's very clear I've got, like, 4 or 5 AI who that's just what they're doing, and they've already got this area on lock in just about all the water areas. So I think they're kind of running up on the roof of the potential money they can make from the boats. Whereas, you know, I could start trying to compete for a piece of that pie, which may not even be a bad idea. But it feels like trying to jump in where someone's established is probably not going to go great. Versus the helicopters, the AI is doing that as well, but they don't have nearly as much of the market sorted out. There's plenty of room for me to elbow in and set up kind of in the smaller towns before they grow, get my cut of the pie. Alright, we're almost there. $680. We're just fast forwarding as fast as we can to try and get that just to see what happens. I'm also curious when Lee Hill grows more. Like, I assume it's just going to keep, like, this little area here is just going to keep going up until there's literally nowhere else to go. It would be a cool thing, though, if you reached a point with the setup and there's, like, nowhere to expand, if it would slowly start filling in the land to make room kind of thing. Like, if there was no opportunity that was cheaper, that it would kind of landfill it. To do like New York, where they just kind of went, oh, we just need more space, dump a bunch of garbage in there, hack it down really good. You could landfill it? I know I can. It costs literally like $1,000,000 something. We went to see what it cost me to landfill like a 5x5 block. It was like $1.7 million. Like, all right, hang on, wait a second. It's almost like filling in like a bay just to make room for more construction is kind of costly or some stuff. So weirdly, our ship profit went up a lot. I think what's happening is because of how much competition we've got up at that one area where we've been doing our food stuff, I'm willing to bet some of them have started repurposing their boats or whatever. Yeah, I'm willing to bet this route here that we were using for money, and more specifically, the food production. Nope, they're still just doing it. Huh. Maybe production got increased at the facility somehow. Someone is bringing goods from farther. Okay, so let's see. Buy exclusive rights. Do it. Transport Monopoly. Local authority at Lee Hill contract signs contract with Lee Hill City Transport for 12 months exclusive transportation rights. So I'm gonna need you all to get the hell out of my city. Get your boats out of here, they're no longer welcome. So the theory here is, now we should see pretty abruptly an increase in the amount of money we're making from this area. And the reason it should go up is I now have all of those passengers who want to be taken who can't anymore. And I've got my, I think the headquarters means I've got that there. I'm not appreciably noticing it different. It literally looks like it's just operating exactly as it was before. Ships can be slow. If you get 2 deliveries of the same year, just one, it'll throw finances off that year. Yeah, you're not wrong. So, I am just continuing to see them coming in and dropping off as if the exclusive rights... Oh, wait, never mind. Because we went to this area, we had the exclusive rights. That doesn't apply to Grenningfield. Okay, you're going to the buoy. That's Lee City East. Maybe passengers don't count. Because that's what my expectation was. By exclusive rights to transport things to it, the town authority will not allow passengers or Fran to use your competitors' stations. A successful bribe can do it, unless there's a successful bribe and there just wasn't clarity that happened, because the expectation was then that this would all blow up really fast. A large marketing campaign, do it. That's supposed to boost the performance of my... Yeah. So outstanding. So it should bring in lots of people. Are they getting passengers at their stations? Oh, so what you're saying is they're not getting passengers at the station. Ah. They're not getting passengers at the station, but they can deliver to the station. Which I don't give a crap about them delivering to. That doesn't change anything for me at all. They boosted all the stuff there just to see what it does. Oh. So, you see... I apparently don't actually have the capacity to deal with the train part. The helicopters, they're keeping up. Like I'm literally just taking off and going away with like next to nothing there. The train, on the other hand, and this is why competition is a good thing. No, it's fine. Why would you want competition? When you could know that you could be taken care of by a reputable company that bribes your local officials. Technically, the exclusive contract is not a bribe. The bribe is a bribe. But the contract is fine. As soon as we hit 58,000. After D&D, your group now has a Honda Odyssey. And go. Let's go on your list. Skip, skip, skip. Okay. So I'm going to have it turn around and go up here to Lee Hill. I'm not going to bother putting in the timetable. We're just going to go with it. I'm also curious as we see this grow, how that will do. It is one of those things that we can have them build a statue which permanently boosts the station rating in the town. So it seems like that was something you'd want to do. So do you make the factories in cities, or do the game spawn them? The game spawns them. Your entire idea is to work the logistics, and they kind of grow around you. So like these were both very small cities, and are slowly expanding and all that stuff. Apparently they can also shrink the cities, I mean. I haven't seen any of that kind of thing. I've just seen not growth, but I've seen people mention it in screenshot. It might be mods though. You always, or scripts or whatever. The factories, on the other hand, those will show up, and they'll also go away. Like, if the factories are not getting serviced after a while, they will disappear. Alright, thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Alright. You can fund the factories from the city authority. Yeah, no, I know you could fund the factories up here. So I'd be like, okay, make this one. But yeah, this is one of the things I was getting at, that like literally there's just that many industries. So that's kind of the one thing that is going a ways back and all that is I am finding like one of the big limitations in the base game, which there might be mods and scripts that add it, that there's not that much variety of stuff. Well, there's funding new buildings, but that's not factories. I believe that's these kind of buildings down here. It's basically telling you, hey, I don't care if you have the things for hypergrowth, I'm throwing money at the problem. I would like you to hypergrow anyway. Yeah, so buying exclusive rights did not meaningfully impact any of this. Okay. So that brings up the question, though. Because I am feeling like I said, we're getting kind of into a repeating pattern here. Which would hurt your competitors. Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of that stuff boosts your station rating. That's actually one of the things I'm saying for now is the statue, because I notice it's a permanent boost. So it feels like one of the things you would want to do as you get into the game, any cities you're operating in, if it's worth it for you to do it for that city, to plunk down a statue in every city to just get yourself that little boost in your traffic and all that. Plus, there wouldn't be anything more dystopian I can think of than to go to each and every major city in an area, and every single one of them having, like, Walt Disney having a statue of him there, or whoever the CEO of AT&T is, or whatever, just having a statue there. There's something truly, truly dystopian about the idea of just walking around and just seeing statues everywhere of some CEO for some wildly successful company. Just going around and like the entire West Coast, just going to every city and just finding a statue of Bezos there. Feels like its own, like, what is this world? It sounds like America in a few years, give it time. The thing is, statues are stationary, and people vandalize them. I'm not encouraging people to do that. But most likely those statues will not be high quality whatever. If somewhere were to do that. So, we've definitely hit the capacity of what this helipad can handle. As I got 4 of them circling around. I just won't limit Lee Hill statue. Because I'm also thinking it's like, okay, if we're going to be wrapping up this for the rest of the evening, so far as this game, just because, like I said, I'm kind of at the point of, do I just keep building the helipads more and more? That's a nostalgia trip right there. TTD was the first management strategy game you played as a kid. You remember trying to explain to your grandma how happy I was after hitting your first million? And how I spammed road construction projects in cities hoping to improve the, improve my road vehicles? Gotcha. Yes, we're making a bit over $500,000 in revenue, and we're spending about just a bit shy of $250,000 in all that. Yeah, so our capital expenses, i.e., paying the government to give me an exclusive contract, was my major capital expense for the year. Imagine just having your business, like, what is your primary expense on your ledger for this year as you're talking to your shareholders? Oh, it's bribing the local government. Shame on you for just exclude the significant historical figures? Because history, if not recorded... Well, there's definitely something if you don't learn about history repeating itself, but there's also being aware of why things happen. So, like, people have heard of the controversy around, like, Confederate statues here in the US, and there was a handful that were made with historic intent and all that. And then there was a thing where you'd have stuff like the Civil Rights Movement. If you look at then when the statues came out, they were producing ridiculous amounts of these, like, really crap-made statues to just throw everywhere as a suppressive tactic. And so those statues have no value. But, like, again, the handful that were, like, put in places like cemeteries and that kind of stuff is a different story. Let's see, you went to your grandma saying, Grandma, the road vehicle tycoon, I made $1 million in cash. Your grandma silently said to herself, and they say that it's the old people that are getting senile. Yep. So we got a statue built of us. So the curiosity... Oh, they put... I mean, we chose that, and the statue appeared here. Yeah, even recorded history. It's if you fail to learn... Well, no, because there's multiple statues. So I don't know where my statue is, but that's fine. But yeah, no, it's if you fail to learn from history, you repeat it. It doesn't require that history to be in... Like, what form that history is documented isn't really the relevant key detail. It's that you learn from it. Because we do have a lot of history out there that is documented, and ain't nobody learning. I'm guessing that might be where a statue's showing up. I wonder if that negatively impacted the population because they took one of their central pieces from my statue. Just knocked down a skyscraper to build a statue to the company CEO or whatever. Oh, just a little oligarchy. Okay, so that brings the question, chat, of what we're going to be doing now, because like I said, I'm feeling like with OpenTTD, and this is something I'd still definitely play on my own, what I would probably do if I was going to play on my own is I'd probably begin a new save, make the world not as ridiculously large as it is, find some nice middle ground in there, probably like the 200-something, 256 or whatever the grid was to begin with is probably more reasonable, or have it be big, but like make the number of businesses far fewer or whatever, lower the density or something. But I'd probably go that route. It'd also be one of those things that I'd want to figure these trains out more. The trains have been the thing that even though, like I got the hang of the Factorio train with signaling and all that, and I find dealing with the train, being able to, like, click on the train, you know, and in Factorio they put, like, a little line to show its route on there, and I do see it's darkening, but that track to that track is kind of hard to notice. Versus, you know, having a big yellow line that follows it, or a big green line that follows it. But I mean, the thing to keep in mind is this is a game from like 2001. Obviously it's going to be missing a lot of details. But yeah, so figuring out the train signaling has been kind of a pain point. Because, like, there's some stuff that works as expected. But you haven't gone to the big stuff? Well, the problem is the big stuff needs to get here. Like, I can go and build, you know, more, like, because we did the airports in the last one. But yeah, it's like, the kind of the thing I'm running into now is, I do see there's like a time-gated things coming out. But I'm also sitting here being like, you know, right now I can kind of just repeat the same. Because I did see that there's the streetcars, but it's weird those aren't in here yet. Because we're in the 1990s just about. Streetcars, I'm sorry, definitely were out before the 1990s. And I do see there's like monorail and maglevs and all that, which is cool. It's weird that we also don't have access to monorail in the 1990s, so just about to be. Considering what, like Disney opened up in, was it the 50s or something with their monorail? And it's fine, like it's time-gaining mechanic. But like, the problem is, my solution is to keep repeating the same thing I've been doing and then waiting. It's your 4:30 a.m. Check-in. I will snooze lurking a bit. I hope it's going well. Have we destroyed any AI competitors yet, bot? Not really. I think my problem is I've just made the map too big. And so it's kind of hard to do stuff. Like, because the AI can just spread forever because they can be perceptive of the entire world. So it's one of those things that's the thing. So check out Treacle and our fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of RimWorld, but doing some Hotel Architect recently. Really fun times over there. Really good time. So you can go check that out and have good times with that. Let's see, in OpenTTD, you need to download trams to use them. The OGTTD would unlock certain types of rail over time. Gotcha. So, what you're saying is in OpenTTD, because I haven't downloaded things because I didn't know to download them, I'm running into not having that available. And what is these are some of the weirdest buildings. But yeah, no, it's just kind of one of those things, like, looking at what I've got is I've got my rail set up, I got my car set up. There's not new things there. Yeah, same issue as the AI. Yeah. So that's kind of a bummer. And that's just licensing and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, I'm still very happy we played this. But like I was saying, unless I go and I start downloading that, and I'll be honest, if I gotta research what I have to even add to the game to make the game what the game is supposed to be normally kind of thing, that is a deal breaker for me. Because, with, like, for example, if I hadn't been able to pull off that one AI that kept throwing errors, I probably would have either started a new city or probably have bailed from the game, just because it very much, when you're doing this kind of thing, feels like the same things that keep me from, well, this isn't so much, Cody, an unfinished game. You've got the official game, Transport Tycoon Deluxe, and this is the open-sourced version of that game. So that's where that kind of comes in. It's kind of like there's Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. That is the open-sourced version of Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, not the actual game. But a lot of these games are hard to get a hold of, and there's reasons they don't work well or whatever. I didn't try to look for this one, I just heard OpenTTD a lot, and I was like, let's check it out. But yeah, like I said, I do think the next time I play, I would want to make the map smaller, because just like mental fatigue, none of this out here matters to me, and it's just endless money for my competitor because they, you know, being a computer, they can scale out to any size. Versus, like, I'd want to keep it down to a little bit smaller, which is funny because usually I always like to make big maps. But in this case, because of the advantage... Why did you cost 49,000? Oh, so the game, if I have just money sitting in the bank, will automatically just straight up replace the vehicle. Okay, because I was complaining about that earlier. I was like, this is annoying. My vehicles are getting really old, and I don't want to manually have to update my vehicles. You just have to have a significant sum of money in the bank at all times, which I haven't. But yeah, so what I'm waffling on now is, for what we'd be pivoting to, what I want to do. And I'm, like, normally be clicking over here, checking the poll, but when I click out of window on this game, the whole game makes my computer run badly. It does not alt-tab very well. You can change the lower limit for the auto upgrade too. Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff buried in the settings I'd need to figure out. So, one thing we can do is we do have Hotel Architect. We can check out that. That's a Hotel Tycoon game that just had a major update. That's certainly one. We can do Water Park Simulator. I'm gonna have to click out of the window. It's just the reality. So if it seems like the game is running weird, that's what's going on. So let me go ahead and start a poll. What are we doing now? We can do Hotel Architect. We can do Water Park Simulator as another option, which that'd be a brand new run. Oh, no, you're all good. You really been enjoying Hotel? Yeah, no, I really enjoyed it when I last played it. The thing I found kind of interesting with that one is just the reality of, like, did I not post that before stream? Well, that I had something typed in Discord I meant to post, and it just didn't happen. Well, let's see. Where was the poll we had on the Discord? Okay. This is also, like, a good spot about halfway through stream to do the flip, if I'm gonna do a flip. The Long Dark Survival mode is still the one I've had the hesitation on. Because, like, I've done a lot of Long Dark in the past, and I very much enjoyed it. But it's definitely one of those ones you gotta kind of get into that. So that's the reason their hesitation with that. And a lot of people just expect me to remember how to play the game and then not get frustrated, but then I have to kind of tamp on people trying to backseat me because, honestly, more from not remembering than not experiencing it. So that's the hesitation there. Could you show us your setup from your point of view, just out of curiosity? Maybe some pics. I've posted it for, so like yeah, I can do that another time, but yeah. You'd love to see Long Dark 2. Lots of great options. Yeah, I can put that on there, see what people think. The Long Dark, which that'd be a survival run, which will probably die pretty early on in the first attempt, just because I'll have to, like, remember. We'll put Teardown on there. That's one where you kind of do missions and you destroy stuff. And RimWorld requires more planning. Like, I have to actually know what I want to do in RimWorld. Was there another game? Because I know I got a hold of a couple. Yeah, no, I can see about that. I can't do that right now this second on stream, but yeah, I could probably come up with something. Let's see, is there anything else from my list of already installed games I want to toss on there? Because, like, if I had more time to prepare, there's a lot of games that are similar to this, like, Railway Empire 2. I could look for one of those and just get a modern thing. Anno? I'm not doing Anno. Anno was fine. I enjoyed what we did there. I did find the latest Anno, the combat, I found it to be incredibly underwhelming and tedious and a bunch of stuff, and once you turn that off, it's just not fun. So I did find, like, I see why people like Anno with the production lines and all that, but, for me personally, it was not a game that held me. Yeah, no, Railway Empire 2, I enjoyed that. But for me, Anno was just okay. Like, I don't think it's a bad game or anything, but it wasn't a game that really excited me. Like, after I played it, like, I did a good, what was it, like 3-4 streams or whatever? But yeah, that was definitely one that I got very quickly frustrated with the combat. Because it was rock, paper, scissors, not much to it. Let's see, Simutrans, but if you remember correctly, it does require a tad bit of setup, picking a pack set. Yeah, no, and that's one of those ones, like, I could see doing that at some point, but that's one I can't do ad hoc. I'd have to plan ahead. Because the other one is I've been tempted to do more Invention Story, but it's not one of those ones that wants to figure out a challenge, and I know some people would be like, come on, man. You've been playing too much of this recently. I've also been tempted to do another round of News Tower. Because I enjoyed that. I'm trying to think of, like... So, that's one of the other ones I've been thinking about, like another simulation game, like Farm Sim or American Truck Sim or Euro Truck Sim. But the problem is they do stuff so often that I do sponsored segments or Dare Drop or whatever, that it can get in that weird, I do that, and then they come out with a new thing and I do it again, and it burns people out on it. Did you ever do the News Tower from the European side? Oh, you don't. I don't think News Tower you can start from the European side, but you get a thing where you can then get European news in, which we did do that, but we need more trains. I'll think about getting Railway Empire or something else along that lines on the list in the near future. Not right now because I don't have it installed and I need to remind myself with all that. I've also been tempted to do SnowRunner, but I know the problem with SnowRunner is because I haven't kept up with all their stuff. When they come out with a new DLC, it kind of expects you to have done previous stuff. So I don't have the vehicles and all that. I also really like Planet Coaster. I know that's... Yeah, it's always... I always get down to the last game and then I waffle for a while trying to decide what I will put on the list. You know what? We'll have the 4 games. Polls up. Polls up. If you don't see it, refresh your browser. That's something I can't control on my end. And with that, while that's all going on, I'm going to take 2 seconds to step away, take a quick restroom break, all that kind of stuff while the poll's going on. But what we've got there is Hotel Architect. That is a Hotel Tycoon game we can check out. There's Water Park Simulator. That is a simulation game where you run a water park that's a lot more silly, a lot more fun, like just chaos kind of thing. You've got The Long Dark. That is a survival crafting game. Probably does the best for like the actual survival focus on a game. And then Teardown is a little hard to explain. You're doing these heists where you destroy the environment, like when I say the environment, like buildings and all that, but you have like the ability to destroy everything. I know I played a demo of Teardown way back. I don't think I ever played the big... Well, I mean, I didn't because I had to buy the game. So that's just kind of feeding that. I'm going to quickly use the restroom, and I'll be back in a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in.
All right. I was quickly sneaking in a little bit of my dinner real fast during that break. So I'm going to just top out my drink, and it looks like Hotel Architect has won by a pretty good margin. That is one thing that really feels good for me when I'm doing that game selection, is when there is a distinct winner. That usually is like, okay, cool, people actually have interest in this, versus when you have like the tie or the one that wins by just 1 point. You're like, all right, was chat just memeing? What's going on here? But anyways, so I've enjoyed OpenTTD. I'm willing to bet if I had played the original TTD and all that stuff. Have you played Roller Coaster? Oh yeah. No, I've done all the Roller Coaster Tycoon things back in the day. Not this folder. How navigate parent directory? There we go. We would never vote for ties. But yeah, so when it comes to like where people deliberately tie stuff because the memes and all that kind of thing, that's what the whole thing's there. So bear with me for just a second. I'm going to get everything flipped over. For those watching over on YouTube, the stream will come down for a couple of minutes, and then I'll have a new stream come up, so I do apologize about that flip over. It's just how this works. But what we're going to go ahead and do is get over here, and we are doing Hotel Arc